Yeah, now it is being recorded.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we'll start this course by learning the basic concepts of PLSQL.
Okay.
We'll start with variables, how to define variables, what are the types of variables, the scope of variables, all those things will be covered first.
Okay.
Next, we will jump to processing of data.
Okay.
We will be fetching data from database into PLSQL, and then we'll perform some operations on it.
Okay.
Okay. Then we will be learning about PLSQL blocks, like how to write a block, what are blocks, what are type of blocks, like anonymous blocks, procedures, functions, etc. Then in which scenario we need to write which block and what each of them do. All those things we'll cover.
Okay.
Next will be exceptions. So whenever we run a program, there are chances or there could be instances where the program might return some errors. So errors in PLSQL are nothing but exceptions.
Right.
In order to catch those errors or exceptions and display a user-friendly description of the error to your business users, we'll have exceptions there. In our block, we'll be defining exceptions. Just so that you can display a user-friendly description of the error to your business users.
Okay.
Then we'll jump to packages where we'll combine all our procedures, functions, variables, exceptions, cursors, everything into a package for the purpose of modularity. Okay.
Yeah.
Then we will proceed to records. Now instead of processing column by column, we will be processing one row at a time in the records for PLSQL.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we learn about cursors. We know whenever Oracle has to process data, it brings all the data into memory. Now this cursor enables us to get a hold of data from the memory and we can perform some operations on the data present in the memory.
Okay.
Then from there we will be moving to collections. Collections are nothing but your single dimensional array where you can store more than one row. You can store numbers, characters, dates, composite data, everything can be stored there. Okay.
Okay.
Then we'll go to triggers where we can trigger various events on insert while updating or on delete. Then yeah. So at the end of this course, you will be able to write all the PLSQL programs to process your data or whether you have to store your data or process data using cursors, catching errors, raising event triggers, all those things will be covered once you've completed the course.
Okay.
So yeah, so before we proceed, these are the tables we'll be using. Okay, we'll be using sales inventory data model and these are the tables. One customer table is there with all these fields and columns. Then there's a sales table with these columns and there's a product table and a salesperson table. So I'll be sending you a script.
Okay.
You can run that script. Before that, let's proceed to installation. Have you installed your SQL developer?
SQL Developer is installed in my Office laptop.
Okay, so right now I'm sending you, just a second. Yeah, so yeah, I'm sending you a manual, installation manual of PLSQL. Each and every step is clearly defined there along with the screenshots.
Okay.
So you can install it, it won't take much time as well.
Okay.
So let me see if I can attach it here. No, I'll have to mail it to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just mailing it to you. Just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I have sent you an email from the Zclaps
Okay.
account itself, so you can check your email. You must have received an email with the attachment of the manual.
Uh, yes. You're sending email from files email.
No, no, I'm sending it from Zclabs itself. It's
Oh, okay.
Zclabs email ID, so
Yeah, I've just got it. So in my, this is actually, I'm using actually my office laptop for this training purpose, and then I wanted to install SQL and PLSQL in my laptop itself. And a couple of months, or I think more than 2 months, 3 months back, I've installed SQL Developer with
okay.
a sample schema in my office laptop. I
Uh-huh.
don't know whether whether it is still working or not. So I'll just have to have a look whether this is working or not. If any schema is working, then that should be fine for this training. Or
It's better if you
the
install it in
schema
your
which,
laptop so that, because I'll be giving you a lot of assignments and a lot of practice questions while the course is going on. So it'll be better
yeah,
if you have a record of it there for you to practice.
yeah, okay, uh, okay. We'll go with the training today, and then I'll maybe probably for tomorrow's class I'll be ready with everything, with the PLSQL installation and everything. Is that fine? Or we'll
It's
do the
fine with
installation?
me, but it would have been better if you install it today itself because I thought of starting with the coding basics of it at least.
Okay. No, I think if I have to install anything in my office laptop, then I have to have the admin permissions, everything.
Okay, so what
I'm
what
sitting
what
in
you can do?
home.
Do you have your own laptop?
Um, no, currently I don't have, but maybe within 2 days I can get my personal laptop.
Okay, okay.
Currently I don't have.
Okay, so you're saying you cannot install the PLSQL
I can
developer right
install,
now?
but not right now.
Okay, not
Uh,
right now.
yeah, not.
Okay.
I can do any installation in my office laptop, but only thing is I think today I need a time.
Okay. Okay, not an issue. Then we won't go into the programming details of it today. We'll just cover the theory part.
Sure.
Okay. But before we begin, I want to know your SQL background. How much proficiency you have in SQL?
Okay.
So
I
I'm
have SQL background.
yeah.
I have SQL background, and currently I'm working on SQL itself for a couple of projects in my office.
Okay. Uh, so I am sending you some set of problems for SQL. This is a process that we follow before we start for PLSQL, just to know where you stand in SQL so that I'll take this course forward that way.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm sending you an attachment. It has some SQL questions.
Mm-hmm.
If you could please go through them and just give me an answer to all those questions. You can write it down there itself and send it back to me. So
Sure.
that will be really helpful for me.
Neelam, is this really required for this?
If you could do it, it would be better for me because then I'll be more. I mean, I'll know what stand you have in SQL, and I'll
No,
take it
I know.
forward from there.
I know you're having a procedure to follow, but
Yeah.
uh,
Don't worry about the time. I know you are worrying about the time and you're worrying about how and when we'll complete it. PLSQL. I know the time
that
frame,
too, the
so
installation
don't.
is not.
Yeah. What?
No, the installation is not done, and we are jumping from the programming to. We'll be covering only the theory part today.
No, don't worry about that. We have until Friday, right, to finish everything.
Hmm.
Yeah, don't worry about that. It's my responsibility to finish each and everything properly. And at the end of the course, it's my responsibility that you are able to code everything properly. So don't worry about that. Don't worry about the timing and everything. I'll take care of it.
Okay, I have to reply to this.
Yeah,
I'll have to mention in this document itself.
yeah, it would be better if you do that. Otherwise, if you want to just directly write the answer, then that is fine with me. Hello, let me know if you're facing any problem. I'm right here. I've just muted myself so that you don't get the disturbance.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
I am saying I'm right here. I've just muted myself If you have any problem,
Yeah, yeah,
you can let me know.
sure. I'm just doing.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hi. I just replied your email with the answers in the document.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going through it. Give me just 2 minutes,
Uh,
5 minutes.
yeah. Okay.
Okay. So, hello.
Yes.
Yeah, so I went through the answers. Apart from this,
Yeah.
the rest everything seems fine. So we'll proceed with PLSQL then.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So PLSQL is nothing but an Oracle procedure language, which is an extension of your SQL language.
Excuse me. One sec.
Yeah.
I'm getting a disturbance.
Okay. Just a
I
second.
mean, I'm getting a noise.
Okay. So let me see. Hello. Now is it fine?
Somewhat better.
Okay. So should I continue or is it still a problem? I can look into it if it's still a problem.
Uh, it's not actually clear. Like some words I can understand, but the other word, like I don't understand because of the noise. I think. I'm getting some other people's. Uh, I can hear their voice also.
Okay. Just give me a minute. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Should be fine now.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was saying PLSQL is the procedural language which is nothing but the extension of the SQL language.
Okay.
Okay. So it is just a procedural language extension of SQL.
Okay.
So a PLSQL program can have both SQL statements and procedural statements.
Yeah.
Okay. So like SQL statements will be used to access sets of data stored in the database, while the procedural statements will be used to process individual pieces of data, to control the program flow, to raise a trigger. All those things will be used in the procedural part.
Yeah.
But wherever we have to access the data from the database, we use the SQL statement.
Okay.
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 So most people ask this question that why is SQL not enough? Why do we need PLSQL?
Okay.
Um, do you have any idea about this?
No.
Okay. So there are multiple reasons. First one is SQL does not support looping or conditional statements.
Okay.
You already know SQL, you must be knowing that there is no looping or conditional statements, like no if or else or any for loop or while loop, nothing of that sort can be used in
Yes.
SQL statements.
Yes. Yes.
But in PLSQL it can be done.
Yeah.
Other reason is in SQL you cannot execute more than one statement at a time. So what
Okay.
happens is every time you have to run one statement. If you run more than one statement, what will happen? There will be a network traffic. It will all get
Okay.
accumulated in the traffic, and one by one the statements will be executed.
Yes.
But in PLSQL, inside a block, I can write multiple statements, and the block of statements will be executed at once.
Okay.
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 Then third reason would be SQL. Then there is an error in SQL. It gives a message which is not very easily understandable by the business user.
Sorry.
The error message given by SQL
Uh-huh.
is predefined,
Yes. Yes.
so it's not easily understandable by all the users. Whereas in
Okay.
PLSQL, whenever there is an error or you know that there could be an error, you can define that error or give a description to the error in such a way that it's easily understandable by everyone. So you can give your own definition to that.
Okay.
But in SQL, it is not possible.
Yeah. Okay.
Then in SQL, there is no concept of code reusability. That means when we write the insert statement or delete or update statement, we cannot save it and we cannot call that again and again. We have to write the entire statement again if we want to execute it again, correct?
Yeah. Iteration is not possible.
Yeah, but in PLSQL, you can have functions and procedures, a set of lines, a set of code is written, and wherever you want to use that, you just have to call that function or call that procedure. So this helps in
Okay.
code reusability,
Yeah.
which is not possible in SQL.
Okay.
Okay. Then other concepts of object-oriented programming, that is modularity and other features, that is also not supported in SQL, but it is supported in PLSQL.
Okay.
Okay. So to overcome all these limitations of SQL, we use PLSQL.
Right.
Right? Now we'll go for the benefits of PLSQL.
Okay.
Okay. They're just theory topics. I'm just touching it. Will be done soon. Then we'll go into the coding part. I have PLSQL developer here, so I'll share my
Okay.
screen and I'll show you how it's written or what are blocks. So how do you define a variable? All those things I'll cover. So tomorrow when you get your laptop, try to get everything installed so that you can also
Mm.
practice it simultaneously. Like I'll be doing things here and you can also practice it at your end.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if you don't practice it now, there's a high possibility that you will forget it later on.
Definitely.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So today it's not that I'll only cover theory part. I'll go into the coding as well. I'll tell you how to define things, how to write variables, how to declare it.
Yeah.
All those things I'll cover. I'll not go deep into it because I want to. I want you to do it simultaneously with me.
Yeah.
So we'll start things today, but we'll dive deep into it tomorrow.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'll cover all the theory parts of SQL and benefits and all those things today.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm talking about the benefits of PLSQL. So one of the most important benefit is it improves the performance of an application.
You're sharing your screen, no, right?
No, no, right now I'm just, since it's just theory, so I'm just talking about it. If you need any slides regarding this, I can send it to you after the session gets over today.
Okay. Not a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was talking about the benefits of PLSQL. Most important benefit is it improves the performance of an application. Now, how does it do that? I told you in SQL, one statement is executed at a time. So that
Right.
increases the network traffic. But in PLSQL, since we can write it in blocks, so more than one SQL statement can be combined together in a single block, and the entire block can be sent to the server in a single call.
Okay.
So this enhances the performance of the entire application.
enhances the
performance of an application. Because if you are executing one block, one statement of SQL, like one by one, if you are executing statement and you are executing an entire block of statements, which will be better? Obviously, the one which you are executing together, it will take lesser time
yeah.
and lesser network traffic will be there. So next set of query can be sent as soon as this gets over.
Right.
So this increases the overall performance of the application.
Okay.
PLSQL.
Perform. Okay.
Okay. So this is the first benefit of it. Second is the entire program is structured in such a way when we write SQL, PLSQL, that it is modularized. What I mean by that is there is a declare block, there is a begin block, there is separate block for exceptions. So this helps in separating the code. This helps in modularizing it.
Yeah.
Okay. So how does this help? This helps in suppose there is some logical problem in it. I can find out which block has this problem and it can be easily rectified. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Uh, I got the break in the last statement.
Okay. Okay. I said if there is any error, any problem, any logical problem related to the statements that are written in PLSQL, it's easy to find out which block it corresponds to.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I can reuse it. I can reuse the PLSQL code. I can reuse the blocks. So this modularity helps me again in enhancing the performance.
Okay.
Okay. The next benefit is PLSQL is portable. So it doesn't matter in which OS you are using it. If you have the script ready, you can run it in any OS.
Okay.
Okay.
Any example for this?
Yeah. Example of portability. Portability is nothing but if you have your code written in PLSQL, okay, you save that script. Now you have that
Okay.
script, you have the file of PLSQL scripts still in it. You wrote it in Windows. I am running it in
Okay.
Linux. It shouldn't be a problem for me.
Okay.
Okay, so that makes it portable. It doesn't depend on the OS, the scripts.
Okay.
Okay, you can run it anywhere. You just need to have the PLSQL environment ready. You need PLSQL developer, Java, everything installed properly. You can run it easily.
Okay.
It doesn't depend on your OS.
Yeah.
Okay. You can move your code between Oracle server and your application easily. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Next benefit of your PLSQL is it's a procedural language. See, there can be a controlled structure for it. You can use for loops, while loops, if, else. Everything can be controlled properly. The entire structure can be controlled properly.
Okay.
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 The other benefit is handling of errors. There is a separate block called exceptions. Errors in PLSQL is nothing but your exceptions. So
Yeah.
there's a separate block kept for exceptions. You can write a separate block for exceptions where you can define your own exceptions. You can give name to the existing exceptions. So this helps you
Mm.
uh, in modifying, and it makes the user, whoever is using the program, whoever is using your script, it makes very easy for them to understand it.
Oh.
Okay. Then PLSQL is very easy. It has a very easy maintenance. Then because of the modularity and sub-programs, the data security increases. The performance increases. The code clarity increases. You can have comments mentioned all over your program.
How the security is
Okay.
involved here?
So any object-oriented programming, there is a concept where your sub-programs can be mentioned either public or private. So if I don't want a programmer or don't want a user to see what my procedure, my functions are, I can mark it as private. So only I as a developer, I as the owner of the code can see that.
Okay.
Others will not be able to see it.
Okay.
Okay, so I can hide the relevant data that I want to. Suppose there is some important thing related to my company or related to the project that I'm doing. I'll hide it from the user by marking it private.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this was about the benefits of PLSQL.
Okay.
Now we'll go a bit into programming. We'll start with variables. What are variables? What are PLSQL block structures and everything. Okay. So now I'm
Okay.
sharing my screen with you.
Okay.
Yeah, is my screen visible to you? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, is my screen visible to you?
Yeah, I can see. I can see.
Okay. So let me start my SQL developer. Okay. So PLSQL has a block structure defined.
Yes.
Okay. The first keyword that we use is declare. This is an optional block. You don't have to always have this declare block here. But what do you actually declare here? All the variables, cursors, all the user-defined exceptions, procedure, functions, everything is declared here in the declare block.
Okay.
Then comes the begin block. Now your declare block was optional. It's not mandatory to write the declare block, but your begin block is mandatory. Every PLSQL
Okay.
block needs to have a begin block.
Okay.
Okay. And since these are keywords, here no colon or semicolon is required after this
Okay.
word, after this keyword declare or after this keyword end. Okay.
Okay.
Now in this begin block, I need to write all the SQL statements, all the PLSQL statements. Whatever statements I have to write will come here. So what was there in
Okay.
declare? I'll declare all the variables, programs, functions, cursors, user-defined exceptions. In begin, I'll write what will happen to those variables or what will happen to that function or what will happen to the cursor. Okay, so
Yeah.
all those statements will come here in begin. All the SQL
Okay.
and PLSQL statements.
Okay.
The next is exceptions. Okay, now exception is also an optional block. If you want to write exception, you can write it. If you don't want to write, it's not a necessary thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Then at the end comes end. Okay. So this
Okay.
end would mean your PLSQL block has ended. So when I execute this entire thing from here till here, I'll have to execute. Now after the end, you need to place a semicolon.
Okay.
Okay. Now this end is also mandatory.
Yes.
Okay. So what all are mandatory here? Begin and end.
Like, and
Okay.
yeah.
Declare an exception are optional.
Option.
Okay.
Okay.
So just to okay, I'll come back to later. So understood the PLSQL block flow.
Yes. Yes.
In begin, I can have both SQL statements also and PLSQL statements.
PLSQL. Right.
Now we go to type of blocks. Like I told you, this is a block. This is the structure of a block. This will always remain same. This won't change ever. Whenever you have to write a PLSQL block, you have to follow this.
Okay.
Okay.
And this all these statements will I mean um, as a block, we will call it as a block.
Yes, this is the block. So whenever I have to run this, I have to select the entire thing and run. Right now I haven't written anything,
Right.
so it won't run. But whenever I have to run, I have to select this entire thing from declare to end and then run it. Suppose I don't write this declare, even then it's fine. I'll run from end to begin.
Okay.
Okay. Always remember, none of these keywords have semicolon after that. But after end, you have to place a semicolon.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Fine. Now we'll go with types of blocks. Okay.
Okay.
So the first one is anonymous block. Hello?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, I
Yeah.
can.
So anonymous blocks, as the name anonymous suggests, it is an unnamed block. Okay, we
Okay.
generally use this while we are defining a trigger. Okay, they
Okay.
okay, so they are declared at a point in an application where they are to be executed and passed to the PLSQL engine at the time of runtime, as in at the
Okay.
execution for runtime, not before that. So at that time we use anonymous block. So it's usually used when we uh, place a trigger. We'll go deep into trigger later on. So just to make
Okay.
you understand that this is used when you have to at that point of the application where you have to pass it to the PLSQL engine for execution at runtime only. Okay.
Okay.
Then other type of blocks are subprogram. Now subprograms could be procedure or your functions. Okay.
Okay.
So what are actually subprograms in PLSQL? Anything that can accept parameters and can be invoked. What does this mean? I've written a piece of code. I've written few blocks, few lines of code. Now I want this
Okay.
code to be used again and again by maybe different blocks or different programs.
Okay.
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 Suppose I've written begin exception end here. I can have another begin and end here. So this would mean that this is some separate block.
And in the second block, we can use the first block.
Yeah. So we can use this only if this is a function or a procedure.
Okay. Okay. So that block we have to declare. I mean, we have to define as a subprogram. I
Yes,
mean, the
as a function or a
function
procedure. Subprogram means this would
procedure.
come under this block only. I can
So the
define
first block,
I'm coming to
yes.
that. I can define my
Okay.
function and program either outside the block or inside the block.
Okay.
If I'm defining it inside the block, it becomes my subprogram.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Okay? Even if it's declared inside the block, I can use it outside. I can invoke and call that whenever I want to. How do I invoke
Okay.
or call a function or procedure? Based on the parameters.
Okay.
Okay, I can pass a
Yeah.
parameter and I can use that function or procedure anytime. So whatever was written inside that function or the procedure, that will be executed.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so that
Yeah.
is another type of block. The
Okay.
syntax would be a bit different than the normal declare, begin, exception. The process is the same, but in declare, like this would not change. This will never change. It will always be declare, begin, exception, and end. But how you write it inside, it will change. Like after declare, you have to, like suppose it's a procedure. So I'll write procedure and some random name of the procedure. Then is this is the syntax of it.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'll write begin, and inside begin I'll write all the statements. Even without declare, it is fine because declare, I told you, it's not compulsory. It's mandate. It's not
Yeah.
mandatory. It's optional. So even if I run this, it's fine.
So whatever we type before the begin statement,
Mhm.
it will consider as a declare
Yes.
statement.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. This was for
Okay.
function. Similar, it's for procedure. Similarly, for function also, there is a difference in that. To write function and then some, I provided a name. It can be anything. But for
Okay.
functions, you have to write a return statement. That is the difference between function and procedure. Procedure, it may or
Procedure.
may not have a return.
Okay.
Okay, but a function, it's mandatory to have at least one return.
Okay.
So this is the
Yeah.
syntax for a function. Anyway, we go deep into function and procedure later on.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm just
Okay.
explaining you in terms of
Types
blocks.
of blocks.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this is the syntax for a function.
Okay.
Inside begin, you have to write the return value also. There has to be a return statement. The return and whatever value you're returning.
So which is returning by the function.
Yes, this is done by the function.
Okay.
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 Now, whenever we write any SQL or PLSQL block inside begin, it should always end with a semicolon.
Okay.
Okay, that's the syntax.
Okay.
Thank you. This is clear till now, the types of blocks.
Yes, yes. So far, anonymous and subprogram. These are the two blocks you have explained.
Yes, anonymous and subprograms.
Yeah.
Yeah, and within subprograms, it could be procedures, it could be functions.
Function.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then we go into variables.
Okay.
Okay. So first of all, why do we need variables? What is the use of variables? First one is the
Okay.
temporary storage of data.
Yeah.
So to store some data, I have to use that data somewhere. So I store it in a variable and use that variable everywhere.
Okay.
Okay. This was one use. Second use is, suppose I already have some value stored in a table. Okay, in
Okay.
a SQL table. I want to
Okay.
use that value in my PLSQL block. So I can
Okay.
store the stored value inside a variable. So the manipulation of the stored value can be done by storing it in a variable, and then that variable can be used to manipulate the stored data.
Okay. So to get the value from the SQL table, we write a code, and that will be declared as a variable. That value can be declared as a variable, and that will again we can use it in a program, in
Yes.
some other program.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. The third use is reusability. So instead of writing the data everywhere, suppose I have to use a column everywhere. So instead of using that column at five places in a program, I'll just store it in a variable and use that variable every time. Because what is with the difference between it? If I call the table value, the column value every time, it will take a lot more time than calling the variable where I've stored the value of it.
Exactly.
Okay, so this increases
Yeah.
the reusability. And of course, the ease of maintenance. It's easy to maintain a variable than to maintain the value which is stored somewhere else.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
And how do we get the data from the table? We'll see in some time.
I'm sorry.
How do we get the value from the table and store it in a variable? All that we'll see in a while.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. So now we'll see how do we handle variables in PLSQL. What all can we do with the variables? The first one
Okay.
is, the first thing that we do is we declare and initialize a variable in the declare section.
Yeah.
So in this declare section, we can initialize any variable. First we have to declare a variable, then we can initialize it. Okay, not just
Okay.
variables. It can be subprograms also. It can be exceptions, user-defined exceptions. We can impose constraints on the variables like not null. If we define a variable to be not null, it has to have a value every time.
Okay.
Like we
Okay.
do in
Yeah.
SQL. While creating table,
Yeah.
we provide the constraint type. Similarly, while
No.
declaring, we can provide a constraint to your variable.
Okay.
We can mark it as constant. We can mark it as not null. Okay.
Yeah.
So while
Okay.
declaring, you have to give a name to the variable. You have to specify the data type, syntax, and all. We'll see. Let me just explain what all
Yeah.
can we do. So while
Yeah.
declaring, you need to give a name to your variable. You need to have a data type of that variable. If there is a constraint, you can provide that constraint, and then you can either initialize it here or you can initialize it in your begin section.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Now suppose you have declared something here. You have provided a value. You can change it later on also in the begin section. That is also possible. We'll see all the examples. Okay.
Okay.
Now, if I yeah, so these were the two things. Third thing is, if I've declared a variable here in my declare section, I can use the same variable to pass it as a parameter of my subprogram, procedure or function.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so
Okay.
it can be used to pass the values into the subprogram.
Yes.
Okay. What are the types of variables now? So the variable types are, first one is scalar. Okay,
Scalar.
scalar. Scalar.
Okay.
So this scalar data types hold only a single value.
Okay.
Okay. Second
Okay.
one is composite. Scalar holds only one value. Composite can hold multiple values like records or a table. Everything can be stored in a composite data type. So I can have that kind of variable also, which can store more than one value.
Okay.
Okay, so those are composite.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
then there are reference data types. Okay,
Data type
as a
or variable.
reference data type variable.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, these are mostly like pointers. So these point to different program items and hold their value.
Okay.
Okay. Then the last one is LOB, that is large objects.
Okay.
Okay, so it specifies, suppose there's a graphic image or
Okay.
other large object, so it can store the location of that large object. It specifies the location of that large object.
Okay.
These are PLSQL variables. Other than this, there are some non-PLSQL variables also, which are bind and host variables.
What is that?
Bind, bind, and host.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, these are non-PLSQL variables. That also we'll cover after we are done with
Okay.
PLSQL variables.
Okay.
Okay. Right. So let's now let's go to declaring variables now.
Okay.
So how do I declare it? I can have any name, but there are certain guidelines that you have to follow while declaring a variable. It's the
Okay.
same as SQL. Like SQL, in SQL also, if you have more than one word in a particular variable, you separate it using underscore, right?
Yes.
Here also you do the same. There's
Okay.
another thing that you have to keep in mind while declaring a variable in PLSQL. It's not a mandatory thing, but it's a better practice to do as a programmer. So whenever
Okay.
you are declaring a variable, you do v underscore and then the name of the variable.
Okay.
Okay?
To understand better.
Yes, to understand, so anyone who is using your program can easily understand that this is a variable defined here.
Yeah.
Okay? So I can have anything. Suppose okay? This is the
Okay.
name of my variable, and then I have to specify the data type,
Okay. Okay.
and then a semicolon.
Okay.
If I don't want to initialize it here.
Okay.
Okay, so this is one example. The other thing, if I have to initialize it, how do I initialize it? Suppose I have my department number. Okay,
Okay.
so this would be, I saw that in SQL you were using int everywhere. Instead of int, it's better
Yeah.
to use number.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, fine. Here I can specify it to be, suppose, not null.
Okay.
This is how you specify it. And if you want to initialize it to a value, you don't just write equal to, you write colon equal to and any value.
Value. Okay.
So it's not equal to, it's colon equal to.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Okay.
Keep this in mind always. Here in
Yeah.
PLSQL, whenever you have to declare, initialize a variable, you use colon equal to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Similarly, you can have uh, name. It's not case sensitive, but it's better to follow that.
Okay.
Now I can provide my name here within single quote,
Okay.
and then semicolon. Okay.
Okay.
So this is how you declare a variable. The first example was when you don't have to initialize it.
Yeah.
I can initialize this date here in begin, this v date.
Okay.
Okay. If you
Okay.
have to initialize it with a constant, this is how you do it.
Okay.
Okay. Now suppose if you have to mark a variable as constant, okay,
Okay.
and the best practice is instead of v underscore, we started as c underscore.
Okay.
Whenever there is c underscore, people understand it as constant variable.
Okay.
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 It could be suppose c underscore id. Okay. Then you have to
Okay.
mention this keyword constant.
Okay.
Then the data type. Data type could be anything based on your choice.
Okay.
And if I finish it here, it would throw me an error if I run it, because since I marked it constant, I have to initialize it here itself.
Okay.
This is fine. If I don't provide any constant, I can leave it blank without initializing it, and I can initialize it later in the begin block. But if I'm writing
Okay.
this constant keyword here, if I'm using this constant keyword here, then I have to initialize it in the declare section itself.
Okay.
Okay?
So the constant comes first and then the data type.
Then the data type.
Okay.
Fine?
Yeah. Fine.
So this was about declaring. How do you declare? So just keep this in mind that equal to and this is not same. Equal to is different. By initializing it, you cannot write equal to.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, you have to write semicolon equal to.
Okay.
Okay. Now there are some other guidelines also while declaring variables. Make
Okay.
sure that the name of your variable is not same as your column name. That is also why we use this v underscore. Because even if
Okay.
your column name is department number
Mm-hmm.
and you want that this v department number will eventually be storing whatever your department number in the table has,
Right.
then
Right.
people usually mark this also as department number, thinking that anyway this is being used as department number in my program.
Mm.
But
Okay.
don't do that, because that will create an ambiguity, because both your column name and your this thing, when in the
Right.
begin block you'll be writing SQL statement, right? You'll be using this
Okay.
variable also and you'll be using the column name. So both will become
Okay.
same then.
Yeah. Conflict will have.
Yeah. So that is why this thing also helps there. Be understood.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So make sure both are never same.
So when we use the same name for column and the variable,
Yeah.
and if we run the block, what could be the error message we
It
see?
won't throw an error. It will run fine. But what will it do is, it will consider both to be your column name.
Okay.
So
Okay.
how do you write it? You write select into, we'll come into that, but anyway, I'll just
Right.
explain it now. If you like select,
Okay.
suppose your column name is department number. If you like
Okay.
select department number into department number. Now into department number is your variable where you are storing it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what it will do is, it will fetch from your column and store it in your column. So nothing happened actually. You
Okay.
fetched the data from a point and then you stored it at the same point.
Right. So whatever the value comes from the table, it will be the same.
Yeah. You
Okay.
fetch the data from the table and then you're storing it. It says select employee ID into, select department number into department number. You're
Right.
fetching the data from the table from the department number column and then you're storing it again in department number itself. So you didn't change
Right.
anything.
Yeah.
It won't throw an error, but the whole point of executing that query was null.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Okay. Somewhere in the calculation we will have the miss.
Yeah,
Okay.
fine. Instead of this equal colon equal to, we can also use the default keyword.
The default?
Keyword. There's a keyword default.
Okay, keyboard.
So instead of using this colon equal to, I can instead of this I can write. I can use the keyword default.
Okay.
It's the same thing.
Okay.
Okay. It's just in place of this is the default. I'm just mentioning this so that somewhere if you see default keyword used, you would understand that it's the same thing. This is equivalent to
Okay.
your
Got
default.
it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is clear. How do we define a variable? How do we
Yes.
declare it?
Yeah.
Okay. So if it's a scalar data type, it will only hold a single value.
Okay.
Correct? So what are the data types that can be used for a scalar variable? It can be number, it can be varchar, it can be a character, it can be a boolean type. Correct?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So boolean holds values of true, false, and null.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Boolean. A boolean variable can hold values either true, false, or null. These are the three possible values that can be used.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Now for date also, scalar type can be used. It could be date, it could be timestamp. Okay.
Yes.
So all these will be the scalar variables used. Whatever I have defined here in this declare section, all are scalar variables.
Yeah.
Okay. I have not used any uh,
Composite.
composite. Okay. How do I define the boolean one? I'll just give some random name. Then I have the boolean keyword here. This is the data type. Correct? Not
Yeah.
a keyword, it's the
Yeah.
data type boolean. If I don't want it to be null, I can specify not null.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now suppose I am defining a variable which is going to store, like we spoke about it a few minutes ago, if it has to store something from the table.
Yeah.
Okay, how does it store? How will the variable store something from the table, something from the column?
Yeah.
Okay, the basic thing should be whenever you are defining a variable which is going to store something from the table, the data type of that variable should be exactly same to the data type of the column. While creating the table, you must have given a data type for the column. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, you went
There
offline.
was a audio offline.
Yeah, it was showing you were offline.
Okay. Okay. I think the
Let's,
connection was
yeah,
lost.
yeah, yeah. I think there was some connection problem from your end. Okay, so before we proceed, um,
Uh-huh.
I'll just orally. I'll just tell you a few questions. Just you tell me how to write those variables.
Okay.
Okay, suppose I have to store a date. Suppose I have to store today's date. Today's date is 14th November 2016. What should I write? You tell me, I'll keep writing.
Okay. V underscore date one, and the data type date, and then colon equals to um, within quotations we can write the date, today's date,
Yeah.
14th.
Okay. Then after 14, hello, hello, hello. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, there's some connection problem from your end, I guess. You're going offline every time.
Yeah, even I don't know what is the problem. It's going off and then coming
Your
back.
net is working fine.
Yeah, I'm using
Dongle.
no, Wi-Fi,
That's right. I don't know what.
halfway Wi-Fi.
It's going offline whenever you stop talking. It shows offline.
Okay. Just give me a second. I'll make sure
Yeah.
it won't happen again.
Not an issue. Even if it does, I'll be still here waiting. So that's fine.
Sorry? I'm sorry?
Even if it does, it's okay. I'll be here waiting for you to come online. So that's fine.
Okay. I just want to see what's happening here.
Okay, okay.
So,
If you want some time, you can take it to rectify whatever is wrong.
just give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, is it fine now?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, so you're telling me how to write the date.
Yeah. Hyphen,
Hyphen.
NOV, November, hyphen,
Hello.
hello,
Yeah.
2016.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is how you write the date. Apart from date, there are other chapters before that. Suppose I have to write tomorrow's date and I don't know today's date. Okay.
Okay.
So you know about sys date?
Yeah, I know. Since date.
Since date gives me the current date, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
So
And plus
here,
one.
yeah, so here I can write since date
Okay.
plus 1. This will
Okay.
also work fine.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So apart from this date, there are other scalar data types that can be used for date. One is timestamp. Okay. Instead of date, I can have timestamp here.
Okay.
Okay. So this timestamp will extend the date data type. Date data type will only store your day, month, and year. Correct?
Yes.
Now timestamp will store the year, month, day, hour, minute, and seconds.
Right.
Okay. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. So that will be date timestamp. There are other data
Okay.
types also. One is timestamp with time zone. So I can specify which time zone I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. These are not really much used, but you should know what these are, so that if you find it somewhere in your program, you should be able to understand what this is.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. The next one is
Okay.
timestamp with local time zone. Okay, so you
Okay.
write, you instead of date you write timestamp here.
Okay.
Okay, and then you can have a pipe here.
Okay.
Well, no, pipe is not a pipe. Even in just write time zone and then with local time zone. So if you
Okay.
don't know your time zone, if you're in a different country and but your computer or your system or your database should understand which is your time zone. You can just use this local time zone, and the local time zone used by your database will be used here.
So this will, how does this works, like based on the system's date and the time zone?
Yes,
Let's say we move to the other country and then we have to change the time zone, and then uh, this program will work
yeah,
based on the time zone what we change.
yes,
Otherwise, it will take as default whatever is there in the laptop
yes,
system.
yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So whenever
Okay.
this will differ from, I told you the previous one was only with time zone. There was no local.
Okay.
Okay. So, but when you use local time zone, what will happen is when you insert a value into the database column,
Mm-hmm.
the value gets normalized to the database time zone.
Okay.
Okay, and the time zone uh, like when you retrieve the value, the Oracle will return you the local session time zone value. But if you write
Okay.
just time zone, hello,
Okay. Okay.
yeah. So if you write just time zone,
Okay.
it will include the time zone displacement also. That is between the local time and the coordinated universal time, which is the Greenwich Mean Time. It will calculate that and it will return that.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
It will take the local time zone, but it will not return you the local time zone specific thing. What it will do is it will find the displacement between your local time and the Greenwich Mean Time or the coordinated universal time and return you that.
Okay. Uh, One question here:
Yeah.
how does this um, helps in in real time
Yeah. So whenever you are
case?
storing a data, okay,
Okay.
you're storing a data or you are writing a program and you want to, or suppose you're uh, uh, creating a trigger. Okay,
Okay.
event is getting triggered and you want to store the time of that triggered event. When did this happen?
Okay.
Okay, so how do you store it in the table? Either you use the date, but only date
Right.
will be stored then. If you
Right.
store timestamp, only the entire timestamp will be stored. Okay,
Right.
but if you're using, someone is using in this country, someone is using in some other country.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
If they just store the timestamp
Based on their local time.
based on their local, it will be stored. but
Yeah.
you wouldn't know from which time zone it was stored.
Right.
So in that case, yes, you can use this.
Okay. Okay. Clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
You understood the difference between timestamp with time zone and timestamp with local time zone? Or should I explain this
Uh,
again?
no, no. I think one more time I need to
Okay.
understand this.
Okay. So if I write time, suppose I remove this, I just write timestamp with time zone.
Okay.
Okay. Then what will happen? Suppose you are in India right now.
Okay.
So your database time zone is India.
Okay.
But with time zone, what it does is it takes the universal time, the coordinated universal time, which is known as the Greenwich Mean Time. We read in geography in school and all that. I don't exactly remember that timestamp now, but
Okay.
there is a specified Greenwich Mean Time. It takes that
Okay.
into consideration, and then it takes your local time, and then it
Okay.
finds the displacement of it.
Okay.
Okay, what is the difference? What is the displacement? And based on that it does the calculation. So if you write the return of it, it will return you the displacement, not the time or not the timestamp.
I think I'm not clear on this.
Okay, suppose it's 5 here, 5 p.m. and according to the Greenwich Mean Time, it's still 12 a.m.
Okay.
So if I write timestamp with time zone, it will find the displacement from 12 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay.
and that displacement will be used as a timestamp. Suppose
Okay.
there is suppose there is 5 hours difference, just in case, just assume. So
Okay.
that
Okay.
5 hours, few minutes, few seconds becomes your timestamp.
Okay. Okay.
Instead of your actual time, this displacement becomes your timestamp.
Okay.
Okay. But if I write local here,
Mm-hmm.
your local time is 6 p.m. So now 6 p.m. some minutes, few seconds, that becomes your timestamp,
Okay. Okay.
and not the difference between your timestamp and the universal time.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so that is the
So
difference
without
by
local,
using
it
this.
will take the difference of the time
Yes,
zone.
yes,
Mhm. With local, it will take the exact time,
yes,
local time.
local time.
Okay. Clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next one is interval year to month. Hello.
Okay.
So
Yes.
what?
Yes.
Yeah. So what this will do is this data type is used to store and manipulate intervals of year and month.
Okay.
Okay. Like from this range
Yes.
to this range, what was the interval?
Okay. Year to month.
Year to month. Similarly, this interval can also be from day to second.
Okay.
Okay. So this will
So,
manipulate intervals of days, hours, minutes, seconds. Instead of months and year, it will be between hours and minutes, or minutes and seconds.
can I have one example for
Okay.
this?
So suppose I write interval day, and I say So now this will specify. Hello.
Yes, yes, I can hear. Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So here, this first bracket that I've written, this
Mm-hmm.
specifies the number of digits in the days field, and this
Okay,
specifies the number of digits in the seconds field.
okay,
Okay. So in both the cases, we cannot use a constant to specify. We have to use any number.
okay.
Like I cannot write any, like suppose I have defined any other variable and given it a value.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot use that variable here.
Okay,
I have to use any number itself.
okay.
Okay. Hello.
Yes, yes. No, what is the purpose of using this day to
Your
second
voice is
or
breaking. Your voice is
year to
breaking.
month?
Hello.
Hello? Is
Yeah.
it clear?
Yeah, it's clear now.
No, I just want to understand what is the purpose of using this day to second or year to month with an example.
Okay, okay, okay. Fine. So suppose I write interval of. Let me give another example. Okay. I give any day here instead of this, or even if I give this. So this means that 2 days I can specify instead of two I can write okay one thing at a time. If I write this, this would mean I cannot write it like this. Okay, so this would mean that the second day of a second.
Okay. Second day of the second.
No, how do I explain this?
Can we have year to month?
Yes, you can have year to month also.
So that would be little
Yes,
easy to
yes,
understand.
yes. Okay. Suppose I write this. So this would mean at the interval of 3 months, after at the interval of 3 years,
Mhm.
what will be the month?
From today's date?
Yes.
Okay, okay. From
Similarly, when
today's
I
date.
write day to second, it would mean at the interval of these many days, what will be the second?
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Okay. And now for this year to month,
Huh?
as you mentioned, three. So from today's date, if I take 3 years back, then what is the month? That month will be assigned to v underscore date one variable.
Yes.
Is it correct
Yes.
or?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Similarly,
okay.
instead of day to seconds, I can also have hour to second or minute to second, which would mean that at an interval of 10 hours, what is the second? At an interval of 10 minutes, what is the second?
Okay, and everything considers everything takes from current time. current date or current time.
Yes. Unless and until I specify it. I can specify
Right.
it here, but I cannot assign it then to the VDate. I can do manipulations
Okay.
in it. I can add and subtract also using intervals.
Okay.
So these were
And
the scale. Yeah, please tell me.
okay, if I don't want it to calculate from the current date, and then, for example, if I want to have the interval between two dates or 2 months or two, you know,
Yeah, yeah,
something that is also possible here.
yeah. So it will be something like suppose. I have to check into this why this is throwing an error. Maybe there's some syntax problem that I'm syntax error that I'm making. But what
Right.
it will do is it will just subtract this from the date that I mentioned here,
Yeah.
like day 20. Or I can have the entire
Okay.
date also here. Okay? Like while writing it, I can write
Okay.
4 days, 5 hours, 12 minutes, 10 seconds, and 22 milliseconds. Okay, so it will calculate from this. Hello.
Okay.
Okay, I'll check into syntax one
Yes. Yes.
because we don't really use this, so I'm a bit
Okay.
confused with the syntax. But this is
Yeah.
how it works.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'll just go through the syntax once and I'll let you know.
Sure.
So this was about date types of scalar data type.
Yeah.
Now we were talking about few minutes ago. We were talking about storing value from a column of a table into a variable. Correct?
Yes.
So we
Yes.
cannot directly store it in any variable. Like suppose I have this VDate and I want to store department ID in VDate, it will throw me an error.
Okay. Since it is already declared with a date data type.
No, yeah, yeah. So this is a date data type. So whatever
Right.
value I'm storing in it should also be of the same data type.
Right. Okay.
So while creating the table, you must have defined the data type for your column.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So that
Yes.
data type should be same as this variable's data type here.
What we are going to create it.
Yes. So you have to be
Okay.
very sure of that. Now, if
Okay.
you're just, there are multiple tables and you have forgotten what was the data type of that.
Okay.
So one way is to do that is you do select and then find out the data type.
Yeah.
Through the SQL statements, you find out the data type of that column
Yeah.
and then you place the same data type here.
Right.
Correct? But that is not a
Correct.
very, that is not what we will recommend, that you go and check every time in the previous table what is the data type. So there is another thing called
Okay.
percentage type.
Okay.
I'll tell you how to use it.
So
Okay.
it will define automatically what the column has already
Yes.
from the table.
Yes. So this
Okay.
percentage type will help you find out what was the data type of that column.
Right.
Okay. Not just column. Suppose I have already defined VDate. Okay. Now I
Yeah.
have to define vdate1, and I want this variable should have the same data type as the variable that I've already defined.
Okay.
So not just for column, for data types that for variables that have already been declared previously,
Okay.
so that also it
Okay.
can be used.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Okay, just to ensure that the variable is of correct data type and precision.
Okay.
Otherwise, the PLSQL error will occur during execution.
Okay.
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 Now, how do we do this? We do it like this. Suppose I have to define this variable with the same data type of vdate.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll write vdate1, then I'll write which variable do I want it to copy, the data type.
Okay.
That name, then percentage type.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
I can
We
initialize
take
it
the
here, whatever I have to, whatever data I have to give, I can give.
right. So percentage type is used to gets the data type of the column or the variable.
Yes. So usually how do we write? We write the variable name and
Hello?
then we write the hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, so usually what do? We write the variable name, then we write the data type, correct?
Right. Correct.
So instead of giving the data type that we want it to copy the data type of some other variable. So we're just doing that variable name, percentage type. So it will copy that data type here.
Okay. That's all. So when we don't know the data type,
Yes,
then it is useful
yes,
to
yes,
use the percentage type
yes,
and to make sure.
yeah.
Okay.
So this was when we use the same, some previously declared variable. Now if I have to use a table's column,
Right.
okay, then what I will do, suppose I have to copy the name. Okay, name
Okay.
of, suppose there's an employee table, I have to copy the name of employee here.
Okay.
So since the table name was employee, I'll write that employee. This is the table name.
Okay.
Okay, table name dot the column name,
Okay.
then percentage.
Time.
Okay,
So this will fetch from the current schema, right?
yes, from the current schema.
Current schema.
Okay,
Okay.
this is the table name and this is the column name.
Column name.
Whose data type I want this vname to have.
Right.
Okay, suppose I have to store this. It's always better to do it this way, using percentage type whenever you are dealing with columns of tables
Yeah.
to avoid any sort of error.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
it's not necessary to initialize it here, but you can initialize it if you want to. I can, I can,
Initializing what?
I can write like this.
Okay.
Okay? So this XYZ is stored in vname, which has a data type same as this.
From the table employee.name columns.
Yeah.
Okay.
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 This is not storing the value, just the data type.
Yes, yes. Percentage type use it to use the data type of the other variable or component.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Fine. So this was about percentage type. How do we fetch data from another table, or how do we fetch data type from another table, or how do we get the data type of a previously defined variable?
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So this was all about scalar.
Yes.
There's Boolean also. Sorry, before we move to composite, let's touch Boolean also once. So Boolean, as I told you before, it can have only three values. It could be either true or false or null.
Null. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So these variables can be compared by the logical operators and, or, and not.
Okay. And or not.
and not. So I can check, like suppose I have this variable here. Okay.
Okay.
So I can check in my begin. This is in declare portion. Now if I have to check or do any manipulation, I have to do in my begin section. I cannot do it here. Okay. So in my begin, okay, that was the error. I was doing that interval thing in the declare section.
Okay.
I should have done that in the begin.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So in the begin, I can check these two. If you know v, I can have the if statement if v var is equal to v var 2. So how will it check? It's the same and or statement that we used in computer science for Boolean.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
If it's or, then even if one is true, it will yield true. If it's and, then
Right.
both of them have to be true for it to yield true. Correct?
Right. Correct.
So now we will go to composite data types.
Okay.
So as I told you, scalar type can have only one value, single value. But composite types has internal components that can be manipulated individually, which means it can store more than one value, and out of which we can pick one value and manipulate. It's not necessary that we have to take it as a group and manipulate all the things. When I say
Okay.
manipulate, I mean performing some operation.
Right.
So
And
it can have more than one value, and we can choose from it. So these are internal components. More than one value is nothing but it has more than one component. So I can choose one
okay.
component of it and manipulate it.
Okay. From the list of values
Yeah. So these composite data types are also known as collections.
selection.
Collections.
Collection, right?
Yeah.
Collections. Okay.
Okay.
Collections.
So this
Okay.
could be of collection, or the composite data type could be of a table or of a record. I'll tell you what this means.
Okay.
Or a nested table. Okay. Or a array. Array is a variable array.
Okay.
Okay. Now, whenever you have data data which is dissimilar as a logical unit, as in there is name and there is something else which is not similar to the data, right, when it comes to logic, then we use a record. I'll tell you with
Yeah.
examples also.
Okay.
Okay. Whenever there is a type of data which is stored as a collection, suppose name of a student, marks of a student, class of a student, so this is a collection of a particular student, so then we'll go for table.
Okay.
Okay. Nested table
Okay.
again can be used whenever within a table, if you have to again split and store, then it will be nested. Okay. So these nested table and arrays of advanced PLSQL, it is not used in the normal PLSQL programming. So whenever you see
Okay.
composite data type, it will be either table or a record.
So we are going to cover this also, right? The advanced PLSQL concept.
Uh, there are very few topics. If you want, I'll cover it at the end of the course. But it won't be required for your any business purpose. But I'll cover it. That's
Yeah.
not an issue.
Yeah. No. If there is a concept called advanced PLSQL, then I wanted to cover it.
Okay, fine. No problem. Okay. So yeah, this is the collection part. We'll come. That's a separate topic. We'll be covering that. Okay. Right now, just I wanted you to understand that these are the composite data types.
Okay, these are the data types for the composite.
Composite, yeah. These are the types, as in these are the collections. The composite data type would be of a table, or of a record, or of a nested table, or of a variable.
Okay.
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 Then there are the last data type that I spoke about was large object data type. These usually stores. These are used to store large files, like whether you have an image or a binary file. There is a keyword you must have heard in SQL also. Blob. Have you heard this?
No. No. I don't know.
It's there in SQL as well. This is used to store the binary large object.
Okay.
Okay, this
Okay.
is usually outside the row or outside the bound of a table. It can be stored in large object data type.
Okay. So this exactly what it stores.
The file, the binary file, large object.
The binary.
Suppose there is a binary object in the database, which is inside the row, or which is like very huge. So there is a limitation for all the data types, right? Beyond this, you cannot store.
Right. Right. Right.
Yeah. So for those type of variables, you can store it in LOB data types, which is large object data types.
Okay.
Okay. So there is in large object data type there is CLOB, which is character large object. So if it's a character which is of huge data as a huge size, it can be stored in this. And there is blob. If it's a binary object, then it can be stored in this. Then there is
Okay.
B file. If it's a binary file, then it can be stored in this. And there's NCLOP, which is some national language character large object.
Okay.
So any Unicode data or any multi-byte data can be stored in this.
Okay.
Okay, so these were the PLSQL data types, variable
Yeah.
data types.
Yes.
Okay,
And there was
so
one more
yeah,
reference, I think.
a reference is nothing but the percentage type that we used. The
I
percentage
didn't get
type we used this, right?
percentage type.
Yeah, so we are referring this, using this we are referring to other data types.
Oh, right. 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 Okay. I thought that's a different.
No, it's that.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you want to take a break now? Because after the break, we have to start another topic altogether.
Okay. So it's better to have a lunch break.
Yeah, we can have a
Okay.
lunch break now, and after that, we will see how to execute the statements, how to write programs, and how to execute it. Till now, we just saw what are variables, what are type of variables, how to declare it.
Right.
Let's see how to write the executable statement.
Okay. So before we go on
Yeah.
for the break, just wanted to make sure how can I take a note from these classes? Like since this is being recorded, this will be shared and will be there with me forever, or is there any limitation
No.
so
It will
that
be
I
there
can
with you
take?
forever. I'll share the recording with you. You can keep it.
Okay. So even after completing the class, I can
Yeah.
uh, go for these recordings.
Yes, you can.
I'll be having the access for these
Yeah,
recordings.
it will be in the YouTube channel of Z Labs,
Okay.
and it will be a public video, so you can go and watch it anytime.
Okay. And these are like private classes, I think, and
Yeah, so these are only for the Z Labs users. So nobody will go and search for Z Labs anyway.
okay, okay.
Okay, if you want, I can
I just want
remove your part from it and only have my part in it.
no. I'm not worried about that. But
Okay.
I just want to make sure after the class is completed, maybe in future also if I want to
Yes,
go for
yes.
the
So this is definitely a private class that is going on right now. But since we are doing it and we are recording a video, I don't think there's any harm to help others as well by posting it online. If anybody wants to
no,
go
no,
through this as a tutorial, they
I
can
don't
go.
have any problem if you post it or
Okay,
somewhere it
okay,
is placed.
okay.
Just want to make sure I can access these recordings.
Definitely, you can access it anytime. If you want, I can mail a separate copy to you as well.
Yeah, that is actually I was expecting. If
Okay,
it is
so
there with
yeah, yeah,
me,
that's okay. I
yeah,
can mail it to you.
okay, okay. And I don't have to take a note of these classes.
It's up to you. You will get the recording. But if you want to take the note or not, it's up to you.
Okay, okay. No, because if I want to take a note, then it will take some more time. I'll have to write it down
Mm-hmm.
while you are taking the classes. Then it
Yeah,
will take time.
yeah,
Okay. Okay, that's up to me, as you said.
yeah, yeah. It's
I'll,
up to
I'll,
you.
I'll take a note.
Final, let's meet at 2 then. 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock?
Yeah, 1 hour break is fine, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so let's meet at 2 o'clock.
Okay, fine. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, hi. Should we start now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so now we'll go into PLSQL block syntax and what all it constitutes and how to execute it. Okay.
Neelam?
So
Neelam? Hello?
yeah, yeah, hello.
Uh, uh, One sec.
Yeah.
I'm actually in my office laptop. I've installed the SQL Developer,
Okay.
and the schemas I've already connected.
Okay.
Couple of, I mean, as I said long back.
Okay.
And when I'm trying to connect those schemas, I'm getting some error. If you can see that, and then any idea
Yeah,
what is
yeah,
that error?
yeah, yeah,
Because
sure. I'll stop
I'll share my
sharing my screen. You can share yours.
yeah, I'll share my screen.
Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, yeah. I just saw your message. So you want me to make the presenter to share the screen?
Yeah, you need to make me the presenter. Can you see my
Yes, I can
screen?
see.
Hello.
Yes, yes, I can.
Okay. Okay. I'm connecting to the jar schema, which is already
Okay.
connected long back,
Okay.
and this is the error message.
The error was encountered performing the request submission. Are your error connected to that video?
And I doubt on the Oracle services whether it is up and running fine or not. And when I go to services, I think I don't have access to my.
I didn't get you. Can you please repeat it?
Okay. No, I doubt on the services
Okay.
whether the Oracle services is up and running fine or not.
Maybe, yeah. You can create another connection.
But do you have any idea
Idea
how
about?
to on connecting to the database
Okay, for another connection.
for another connection?
Yeah,
Yes.
before you do this, you have to create user.
Okay.
Okay, so there is, let me send it to you. I might have it. There are few lines of code that you have to write.
Okay.
Just a second.
Neelam,
Yeah.
I was actually talking about. Sorry, I was talking to my network team,
Okay.
so that they can up the hotel services.
Okay.
They're in line and they're online with me. They're in short with me. Can you give
Okay.
me 5-10 minutes so that I can
No problem.
rectify
No
this
problem.
problem?
Take your time.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Neela,
Yeah, hi.
I think he's not responding. Maybe he's in some other work.
Okay.
Let him come back. We can continue with it.
Okay. So, do you want to connect? Do you want to establish another connection? So, should we just proceed?
Uh, we'll try that if it doesn't take much time.
It won't take much time.
It will, okay, okay.
Okay.
Then
So,
we
if
can connect.
I'm making myself as a presenter so that I can share my screen,
Okay.
and then I'll tell you what exactly to do, and you can do it there.
Oh, okay. So, okay.
Or else, if you want to wait for your team, that's okay. I can continue with the session, and then whenever they are back, we can do it at that time.
Okay. Then this is fine. I think
Okay.
we can continue with the training.
Okay. Just a second. Okay. And I'm sharing my screen now. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was talking about the blocks, PLSQL blocks.
Yes.
So because PLSQL is nothing but an extension of SQL, the general
Mm-hmm.
syntax rules that applies to SQL is also applied to PLSQL language.
Yes.
So whenever we write PLSQL code, the line of PLSQL text which contains any group of characters is known as lexical unit. It's just a jargon you should just know. It's not important to remember it, but just to know that it is known as a lexical unit. So it can be classified into four parts. One is
Can,
delimited.
can,
Yeah,
can you write down that? I
sure,
didn't
sure.
get the name. Okay.
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 So this can be further subdivided into four parts. First is delimiters, then comes identifiers, then we have literals, and then comments.
Neelam, I think
Yeah.
the administrator has come up.
Okay.
Just give me a few minutes.
Sure, no problem.
Okay. Thank you. Nilima, hello.
Hello.
Could you please wait for some more time? They're actually working on it.
No problem.
Okay, thank you. Nilima?
Hello?
Yeah, hi. Sorry for the delay.
That's okay, no problem.
We can continue now.
Okay.
Actually, there is a problem in the Oracle.
Okay.
The training it got corrupt, I think. He wanted me to restart and then test it again. So I told him that in the evening we will sit and do it. So we will do that.
So should we continue with it or do you want to establish the
Yeah.
connection?
No. We'll continue with the training.
Okay.
In the evening, I mean after the training, I'll sit with him.
Okay, fine.
By tomorrow, I'll make sure it is working.
Okay. Yeah, so I was talking about lexical units. Okay.
Yeah.
So lexical units are nothing but the PLSQL text which contains group of characters. Okay, any
Okay.
line of PLSQL text which contains group of characters is known as a lexical unit.
Okay.
Now these can be classified as these four types. First is delimiters, then is identifiers, then comes literals, and then comments.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll go with delimiters first.
Okay.
What are delimiters? So delimiters are simple or compound symbols that have special meaning in PLSQL.
Okay.
Like, for example, first we'll go with simple compound. Simple compound means, sorry, simple symbols mean it will be a single character. So with
Okay.
this plus sign, I cannot use this anywhere as my as in wherever I use this in the line, it would mean something to SQL. This would mean addition of letters.
Okay.
Okay? Then this would similarly mean subtraction. This would be multiplication. This is division. This is equal to. This is a remote access indicator. We'll see about this later on at later stage. For now, just remember
Okay.
that this is a remote access indicator. Okay?
Okay.
And then this is used to terminate the statement. Semicolon.
Yeah.
So these are all simple symbols.
Okay. And
Now,
cannot be used in the code.
yes, and
For a
wherever
different
you
purpose.
use this, it will have a special meaning to it.
That's all. Yeah.
Yeah. So now we go with compound statements. Compound is more than one. Okay, so this would mean relational operator. Okay, this means
Okay.
not equal to.
Yes.
This is same as this. This is also not equal to. Okay,
Okay.
then this is two pipes. This is concatenation operator. If you have to concatenate two strings, you use this in between.
Okay.
Then this is used. This is for single line comment. We'll come to comment section in
Yeah.
a while. But for now, this
Yeah.
is used for single line comment. Similarly, this is used as a beginning of character, beginning of a comment, of multi-line comment.
Yes.
And this would mean end of a multi-line comment.
Yes.
And this is the assignment operator which we have been using for a while now.
Yeah.
So all these symbols, whether simple or compound, are delimiters. So they have a special meaning to PLSQL.
The second one is
This is compound.
compound.
Compound. I'll just write it.
Compound. Okay. Okay. Compound symbol.
Okay, and this is simple. Okay.
Okay.
Now we'll go with identifiers.
Yeah.
Okay. So any reserved word cannot be used as identifiers unless they are enclosed in double quotation marks. Now, what are
Okay.
identifiers? Identifiers are like we wrote this right, which I've removed everything. Yeah. So like we wrote this rename ABC
Okay.
will become an identifier. Or this B name can be used as an identifier. Can you just give me a minute? Just a minute.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah, hello?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so identifiers are used to name all the PLSQL program items or units, which includes all the constant, variables, exceptions, cursor variables, subprogram, package, any such name would be termed as an identifier.
Okay.
Okay? So there are certain rules for an identifier. The first one is, like I told you, any reserved keyword, like for example, these words, declare, begin, then all the reserved keyword for SQL, select, insert, update, delete, drop, truncate, all these reserved keywords cannot be used as an identifier unless they are in the double quote. Like this, if I write this is not correct because it's not in double quote. But
Okay.
I can, this is fine.
Okay.
Okay.
So we can write the identifiers in the double quotation. Then it will
If we are using a
make
reserved
sense.
keyword.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Then identifiers can contain only up to 30 characters. 30.
Okay.
Not more than that.
Okay.
Must always begin with the alphabet.
Okay.
Okay, it cannot begin with a number or a symbol. It has to begin with an alphabet. Now it can contain numbers, it can contain alphabets, but not all the symbols. It can only contain dollar sign and underscore.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, of all the symbols, only dollar sign and underscore can be used. Other special characters such as hyphens, slashes, spaces, all those things are not allowed. If I put a space in between, it will throw me an error.
Okay.
Okay. And another important thing is it should not have the same name as the database column name, database table column name. I have already explained you this why.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So these are the rules or guidelines when you write an identifier. Okay.
Okay.
Then we come to literals.
Okay.
What is a literal? A literal is an explicit number or character or string. Like sorry, I see this is an identifier, but when I write this, okay, so this is a literal.
Yeah.
This
Okay.
is
Okay.
an identifier. This is a literal.
Okay.
Okay. So any character or string or name or boolean type that we assign to our variable or cursor or procedure or function, those things are known as literals.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one more thing before I forget. Suppose now I'm running it here, so all I have to do is select here and run it. Correct?
Yes.
But if you are running this file from outside, when I say outside, I mean by some editor,
Okay.
like PowerShell or Windows, what do you call that? Yeah, mostly PowerShell or prompt, command prompt. If you're running your script from there, your script, the last line should end with a backslash.
Okay.
Okay, this should be present at the end. If you are
Okay.
running it from outside, from any command prompt or PowerShell, if you're running a script. If you're running from here, it's fine. You can select this and run. But if you're running it from outside, it should end with a slash.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, only then it will run. So it takes this
Okay.
as the termination.
This has a,
Termination of the block.
yeah. Okay. For the block.
Yeah. Okay. Now
Uh,
yeah,
really,
tell me.
one quick question.
Yeah.
What is the difference between end and this slash? So you said slash is the terminator of the block.
Yes. No,
Then
no.
how about
The
end?
end is the terminator of the block. End and semicolon, this is together considered as the terminator of the block. But when we
Okay.
run
If
it
we are
from
running,
outside, when we run the
okay.
script from a PowerShell or a command prompt,
Mm-hmm.
then we consider this symbol as your terminator.
So end, even if we are running from outside,
Mhm.
end colon should be there,
Should be there.
semicolon should be there,
Yes.
and then the slash,
Yes.
so that it understands if this is the terminator of the block.
Yes. Yes.
But if it
Correct.
is from outside. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Clear.
Okay. So you understood what are delimiters, you understood what are identifiers,
Yes.
then what are
Literals.
literals. Now we'll come to comment. Now there are two types of comment. Okay. One is
Okay.
single line comment. How do you write it? Two hyphen. Okay. Then you write your comment. Okay. If I
Okay.
press enter and write in the other line, this is no longer a comment.
Yeah.
Okay. If I have to write a multi-line comment, how do I write it? Slash star. Okay. Then I have to close it. So this now is a multi-line comment. Okay.
Yeah.
So whenever you're writing code for any business, whenever you're for a company, writing a code for a company, it's always advised that at some companies it is even mandatory to write comments at every point after every line. If it's a single line comment, we use this. If it's a multi-line comment, we use this.
Yes.
It makes the code easier for person who is coming and using your code for the first time
Yeah.
who has not written it. It becomes easier for him.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
So these were the lexical units. So now we know what all terms we use. Okay, now we see which all SQL functions are allowed in PLSQL.
Okay.
Okay, not all SQL functions are allowed in PLSQL.
Okay.
Okay, so the available functions in procedural statements are single row numbers, single row characters,
Mm-hmm.
data type conversion, date, timestamp, greatest or the minimum, maximum, greatest or least. Sorry, not minimum, maximum, greatest or least, and then miscellaneous functions.
Okay.
Which are not available is this decode. You know what decode function does?
Yes. Very good. Yeah.
Okay. The decode function is not allowed in PLSQL.
Okay.
All the group functions are not allowed in PLSQL.
Okay.
You cannot write these two in your PLSQL, even though it's present in SQL.
Okay.
Okay, so group function will contain your maximum, minimum, average, count, sum, variance, standard
Yeah.
deviation.
Correct. Correct.
All these things cannot be written in your PLSQL.
Yeah. So the group by you are telling me?
Yeah.
Okay. One quick question here.
Yes.
So if I can't use these decode and group functions in PLSQL, then is there any similar functions where I can use in
Yes.
PLSQL
Yeah.
instead of
So
this so
yeah.
that it becomes?
Yeah. So for SQL, if you have to find the maximum number, what can you do? You can use simply this max
Yeah, max
and
of,
do whatever is max of salary.
right, column name.
Yeah. Whatever. Okay. So this will work fine. For PLSQL, you'll have to write the code. You'll have to use your loops. You'll have to use your if else and then write it. There is no such single word function.
Okay.
So you have to code the program.
So,
That is where functions and procedure comes into use.
okay. So we can say this as a drawback.
Yeah, you can consider this as a drawback that these two things are not used in PLSQL, but other than
Okay.
that, everything is used.
No, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So since
Yeah, so
we
this
can
yeah, so
use
this
these
could be
two,
disadvantage.
yeah, disadvantage. And for decode, again we have to write a function of,
Yeah, decode is nothing but your if else.
yeah, if
Correct.
else,
So yeah,
correct.
decode is
You're
your
right.
if else. So anyway in PLSQL we have if then else statements.
Right,
So
right,
we can
you're right.
directly use that.
Okay, clear.
So we just quickly see how to use SQL functions. Suppose
Okay,
it's the same as SQL, like almost same. Suppose I can in the declare section itself, I can have my suppose I have to add the address. Okay, and in my SQL table, I don't have a complete address. What I have is the name of the company, the street of the company, state of the company, zip code of the company. Okay, so what I can do is I have to make the entire address out of it.
okay,
So what I can do is how do you concatenate string using pipes?
yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yes,
So these things need to be defined first, but anyway, this is how you add it using the previous case. Yeah. I can also change my again not in declare. This is in begin. Now I can also change my suppose I have this defined in my declare name. I can change and use SQL functions
mhm,
as lowercase. Again, I need to have vname defined here. And I can change it to lower. So these SQL statements will work fine even in PLSQL.
okay.
Other than this,
So the lower of the VName works as a minimum of the minimum function.
no, lower means lowercase. Suppose I have vname as
Lowercase, okay.
yeah,
It means
suppose the vname is ABC, it will convert it to ABC.
character.
Okay. Similarly, you can use upper
Okay,
also. Upper will convert all the lower cases to uppercase.
upper.
Yeah, upper.
Okay.
So now we'll see data type conversion. I said data type conversion is also allowed in PLSQL. So how do we convert data types? First of all, you have to make sure that the data that you are converting is to a comparable data type. I cannot convert a string to a number or stuff like that. I can convert a string to a date, a character to a date, a character to a date to a number. All those things can be done. Okay. Mixed data types can result in an error and affect the performance. Suppose I have my date. Hello.
Yes.
So similarly, in SQL also you must have seen these functions, right? To date,
Yes. Yes. To number.
uh, to number. Correct?
Correct.
So these functions has
To
the
date.
same. Yeah. So these have the same function as they have in SQL.
Right.
Yeah. Like in the declare section, we can have a the date, and we can call to date function. I'm sorry, I didn't write. Yeah. Okay. Hello.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the same as
Yes.
SQL. We used to do the same thing in SQL as well, right?
Oh. I think this is already in date format, right? Again, we are converting it.
What?
The due date, 14th November 2016, is already in date format. And in the same DDA, I'm going by format.
Yeah. So we are just no. See, this means that this date is being stored in this much. It is not converting. This statement means.
Forget about the V date and then date type.
Uh-huh.
And this considering the two underscore date from two
Okay.
underscore date.
Okay.
So this is already 14th
Yes.
November
Yes.
2016
Yes.
is
Because
already in date.
we are just ensuring that it's in date format.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. It's not a compulsion to give this.
Okay.
Okay. We're just ensuring that this is in a date format as my DDM1. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
This is the value and this is the format.
Right.
Hmm. For example, if now if I write this, if I execute it, it will throw me an error.
Okay.
Okay, why? Because this is the value we have set for my VDate. So this is the format
Right.
we have set for my VDate.
Yeah.
So now
Yeah.
because of this toDate function, this VDate can only accept dates in this format.
Right.
Okay, otherwise even this would have been fine because this is also a format of date.
Right.
Okay, so that is why we use
Yeah.
toDate here. Although this 14th November is a date, it will accept it. But we have made it permanent that this is the format that will be used for VDate.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So we are setting the format here.
Hmm.
And the V underscore date variable accepts only this DDM1 by format.
Yes, if we have to change it, we need to again use toDate. I
Yeah.
can, we have to again use this toDate function and then instead of this value, we have this value and we'll have to change the format from this to MON, DD and Y.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So these were all the conversions that can take place, same as SQL. Because there in SQL also, it can be implemented in PLSQL as well.
Okay.
Okay. Now, before we move forward, to just tell you how to print anything. Let's
Okay.
just do a hello world program. Okay. So we have a procedure here.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. DBMS. Code. Output. Dot put underscore. And in a single bracket, whatever you have to. Okay, I'm sorry. If I've written exception, I need to write some exception.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So now when I okay. Yeah, my what do you call that? Output was not enabled. You have to enable it that it will show an output. It's not like SQL. Like
Okay.
when I ran, this was what it showed. That PLSQL procedure
Yeah.
successfully completed, but there was no output. So what I had to do, I had to go here and then click on OK. Okay. So
Okay.
now when I run this, it will show me the output here.
Yes.
Okay. Here also
Yeah.
there is a message that PLSQL procedure successfully completed and the output is this.
Yeah.
Whatever I've written here. Okay.
Yeah.
So declare I can leave it blank. Exception is not a mandatory field to have, but if I'm writing the keyword exception, that then in between exception and end, there has to be something.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. If I run just flip, even then it's fine. Even then it will simply
Yeah.
happen.
Because declare is not mandatory.
Yeah. If I have to remove these
Okay.
outputs, I can erase it from here.
Okay.
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 Fine. Now let's see the nested block and the variable of a scope. Scope of a variable.
Okay.
Okay. So first we'll see what are nested blocks. See, this is a normal block, correct? Declare,
We'll have
begin,
one more.
what?
We'll have one more block as a nested block.
Yeah. So this is a normal block. Inside my begin,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can have another
Um,
declare, another begin, and another end.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So this becomes a nested block.
Okay.
Again, within this also I can have another nested block. So there is no limit to it.
Okay. Okay.
So but this can be nested only when an executable statement is allowed. I cannot have nested block in declare or in
Okay.
exception because this execution occurs only in the begin block. Correct?
Okay. Yeah.
Execution doesn't occur in the declare block. So I can have the
Okay.
nested PLSQL block at wherever the executable statements are allowed.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
the two sections that can have nested blocks are begin and exception section because both the sections allow executable statements.
Which are all those two? Begin
Begin,
and?
exception.
Okay. The exception also?
Yeah. Exception also can have a nested block.
Okay.
Declare cannot have a nested block.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So this is about nested block. Now we talk about variable of a scope. So scope of an identifier or scope of a variable means that region of a program or that unit of a program from where it is accessible.
Yeah. Scope of the variable.
Yeah. Okay. So Hello?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So, like for a program, for a procedure, for a function, it would depend whether the variable is inside the function or outside the function.
Yeah.
Whether it can be accessed from inside or it cannot be accessed from inside.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I have a variable here in this declare, okay, and I'm using it here, it's fine. I can use it. I can use this vname here. But if I have a variable in this declare, I cannot use it here.
Okay.
Okay. Why? Because a block can look up to the enclosing block, but it cannot look down. Which means
Okay.
this is coming before it. So that's fine. But this is coming after it. So it can look up, but
Okay.
it cannot look down.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah. So this is the uh, scope of it.
Scope of.
Okay. I can use this vname here inside this begin also.
Yeah.
But I cannot use this PID here in this begin.
Okay.
Okay.
And for the
Here.
scope of this variable concept, this is the only point, or do we have anything called local and global? I mean, is that the same thing concept here?
This is local and global, right? Here, this
Yeah.
I can have the same name here also. Let's have the same name only. Let's remove this. Let's have the same name. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now this
Yeah.
I can
Global
use it. Okay.
becomes
But
global.
this if I use it here in this begin, if I write here, which rename will it use?
It's actually confusing, right, in that case?
Wait, I'll explain again. See, there is a rename here. Okay.
Right.
And there is a rename in this declare also.
Okay.
Right? Now this rename can be used in this begin.
Yes.
Okay. When I write vname here, this is not taking this vname, it is taking this vname, the local one.
Okay.
Okay. This
It's
begin,
the rule, I think.
yes, this is the rule. If I have to use the outer one, if I have to use the outer one in the nested block, then I need to use this keyword outer.
Okay.
Okay. I use outer dot vname. So now this means I'm using the global variable.
Let's say we have
Yeah.
two or more than two nested blocks,
Okay. Let's have that.
and for each block, if I want to identify the variable.
Right?
Yeah. Yes.
And here also we have the same.
Yeah.
Correct? So
Yes.
now this vname cannot be used in this declare, cannot be used in this begin.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. But inside this begin, I can use any of these vnames. This also, this is there, and this is there.
Correct.
Okay.
No, we can use VName. As you said, if we have to use the VName from the first block, then we have to mention outer dot v underscore name.
Yes.
Let's say in the second nested block, we have one more ID, and that is being used in the third nested block.
Hmm.
Then how to define it?
Okay. So you want to use this vname here.
Yes.
See, whenever you say outer, right, it will consider this as the global.
Okay. Then in that case, the first VName, how to use the
Okay,
first
sorry,
VName in
this
the
was the second. No, no. Outer is only the. I'm sorry, I missed this. There was another block.
okay.
This is outer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the outer. You cannot use it directly. You can store it somewhere and then use it. Because the outer will only be one keyword, right? You cannot have several other keywords for
Yeah.
nested.
That's what the question I had.
Yeah, so if you have nested, you'll have to do a bit of manipulation. What you can do is you can this outer dot vname you can store it somewhere, or this vname you
And
can
then
store it
use
and
the
then
nested block. Okay. Okay. Clear.
So this was about the scope.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about the operators in PLSQL. First one is
Okay.
logical operators. Second one is arithmetic operators. Then comes
Okay.
concatenation operator. Then there is parenthesis. Then finally we have exponential operator. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
How do we write exponential operator? Using these two stars. So if I write, what would this mean? This would mean 5 to the power 6.
Sorry.
This would mean 5 to the power 6.
Uh, I'm missing something.
Okay, this would mean, if I write it like this would mean 5 to the power 6.
Okay. 5 to the power 6. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So for arithmetic, you have addition, subtraction,
Yes.
multiplication, division. For concatenation, what do we have? We have this.
Doubles.
Parenthesis. Again, different parentheses as well. Now, these are the operators, correct? What are
Yeah.
logical operators?
Arithmetic concatenation.
No. Sorry, I have written it like this. So these all five are types of operators. Logical is another operator.
Oh,
Okay?
yeah.
So logical operators will
And or not.
and or not. It will also check equal to, not equal to.
Yeah.
Okay? So now I'll tell you the order of precedence.
Okay.
Like if I
How
have
the
or
program execute.
if I have more than one operators in a particular line, what will be the order of precedence?
Okay.
First will be exponential.
Okay.
This is the topmost priority. Okay? This is the topmost priority. Of course, parenthesis is the topmost priority. I'm not considering parenthesis. Okay?
Okay.
After exponential,
Okay.
we have uh, plus, then we have minus, okay? Then we have multiplication, then we have division. Okay?
Okay.
No, so these are negation. And I'll tell you what these are. Then there is plus, then there is minus, and after arithmetic done, then comes concatenation. So there also we have concatenation. Then we have parenthesis is done. We have the logical operators now. Equal to, less than equal to, less than, greater than. All those things comes as the same precedence. Here is null, lies, between, in. All these things comes in the same precedence. From here till here. Hello?
I have a question here. Why
Yeah.
do we have plus and minus in two places?
Yeah. So this is addition. This is subtraction. Okay. But this is identity and negation. Like I write minus 5. Okay.
Okay.
So this doesn't mean I'm subtracting anything. I'm just saying this is a negative number.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. So these are that numbers. These are not actually arithmetic operators. These are just to define whether a number of is negative. It's a negation of a statement or a positive.
And how do we differentiate this in a code? I mean, in a single line?
If I write it like this,
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So we have to write the negative or positive values. Positive is okay.
If at all
It
you
is a
have to
negative.
use. If at all you have to use.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So these things come in the same procedure. Okay. After that we have not. Next we have and then we have or. Or is the least of this. Or has the least of precedence.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So you know what is indentation?
I'm sorry?
What is indentation?
No.
Okay. So now I'll talk about the programming guidelines. You have to be very careful since you're working somewhere. So you'll have to be you need to abide by all the programming guidelines. The first one is all the SQL statements are always in uppercase.
Okay.
Fine. Then all the
Yeah.
PLSQL keywords are also in uppercase. Fine.
Okay.
Then all the data types are in uppercase. Okay.
Yeah.
Then all the identifiers and your parameters are in lowercase. These parameters are for functions and procedures which we have not covered yet. But just keep in mind that all the parameters are in lowercase and all the identifiers are in lowercase. What are identifiers?
Identifiers are like variable names,
Yeah,
and then
variable.
the
Yeah,
predefined
yeah,
keywords.
variable. Any name. Variable, cursor, procedure, function, trigger. All
Yeah.
those are identifiers.
Yeah. This is a
Then database, table, and columns are lowercase. Okay.
so Nilima, whatever the concepts like parameters and then you said that will be discussed in the next classes or will be
Parameters.
discussed later. Yeah.
Pa-
So
Parameters are used for functions and procedures.
uh,
Yes, so when we come to, there are separate chapters for function and procedure. It's
okay.
quite vast.
No, I don't. No, I understand, but I
Uh-huh.
just want to make sure that we don't miss these topics.
No, parameters are, it's the major uh, topic of
Okay.
function of parameters. It comes in the syntax.
If it is
We
going
can
to
never
cover,
miss it.
yeah, yeah. If it is going to cover, then I'm just worried.
Yeah, we can never miss parameters or any of these topics. If wherever I'm saying that I'll cover it later on, that means it's a very important topic of some other topic. So we'll be going into
Okay.
detail of it.
Sure, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So apart from these things, apart from these guidelines, the next guideline is your indenting of code. Okay. Now what does this mean? While I was writing it, if you declare something, if you write declare,
Okay.
you declare whatever you are declaring should not start from here. Okay. Place a tab and then write. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Whatever you have to
So the
write.
gap, the space here is actually the indenting.
Yes. So okay. Now if I have to write begin, I should not start here. I should start with the same line as that of declare.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, if I have to write something in begin, now again you have to give a space and then write.
Okay.
Suppose there is a nested block, this should also come like this. Suppose this declare, then again a space, and then okay.
Okay.
So this process is called indenting.
And the
It,
PLSQL program understands when there is a code like this, or
See, it doesn't
even if
depend
I
on the
don't do
spaces. So even if you don't give any spaces, it will work fine. Even if you don't indent your code, it will work fine.
yeah,
This is just a
but
guideline.
it's like
Any of
yeah,
if you miss any of these, that's not a problem. It will work fine. Even if you write a
mm,
data type in lowercase, it will work fine. But these are the programming guidelines that you should follow when you're writing a PLSQL program.
got it.
Okay? It
Okay,
becomes very easy, and it's very easy to read when it's a huge script.
right,
It becomes very easy
yeah,
if you have indented your code like this.
yes, yes,
Okay? Then again,
okay,
adding comments is a good practice. It should be followed.
yeah,
So with this, we have covered two chapters. I think you got the what do you call that? Syllabus, right? Course content.
yes, I have got it.
Okay. So according to the course content, we have finished two chapters today.
Okay,
Okay. So since you don't have your PLSQL developer right now, I don't want to start the third chapter because from third chapter it's all coding. Right now, from till the second chapter, it was all about what you're going to use or how you're going
okay,
to use. Now it's all about coding.
okay,
So I would want to end today's conversation here. We can go into question answer or we can have a discussion on the topics that we have covered. But I don't want to start another topic today. If that's fine with you. If you want to continue, I can continue.
no, as long as we can cover all the topics within
I can,
Fridays, I'm
yeah, yeah.
fine.
Within Friday, everything will be covered. You don't have to worry about that. But I want
Yeah,
you to practice along with me because otherwise you'll forget things.
sure, definitely, you're right, we'll do that.
Yeah. So I'll be sending you a small assignment based on these things
Uh-huh.
only, like how to declare this variable or how do you declare this date function, all those things.
Yeah,
So you can practice it before
yeah,
tomorrow when you meet.
sure, sure.
By the time you should be well aware of all the things that we have covered today.
Uh-huh.
And tomorrow, 10 o'clock, we'll start again with the next chapter.
Definitely.
If you want to discuss something from today's class, we can discuss it now, since we have half an hour.
No,
Okay, fine. Then I'll send you the, I'll ask
I think
Arman or Payal to send you the assignment.
definitely.
Okay, you
And
can, yeah.
they'll also sending me the recording.
Yes, the recording, I think it needs to be edited a bit because all the sessions, all the time that we took for break also is being recorded here.
Right.
So the file is huge. So I'll ask them to cut it.
Okay.
If
Since
not,
I don't have,
yeah.
I didn't take the note actually for
Uh-huh.
today. I was not prepared.
Okay, so you
If
want the recording today
we can,
itself.
yeah, if the recording is
I'll
available.
definitely convey this to them. But since they'll
Okay.
have to as an edit it a bit because it's a huge file, so they cannot send it to you directly via mail.
Uh-huh.
I think the best way would be they upload it somewhere and then you download it from there. Because the file will be
Okay.
huge.
That,
4 hours or 5 hours of recording would be a huge file.
yeah. No, uploading and downloading is actually possible,
Yeah.
and I can
Yeah, that
work
would
on
be
it.
better. That would be better.
Yeah.
So I'll ask them to edit
No.
it
Uh-huh.
and
And
then
the
upload
concern
it.
here, if I do it today, then it would be easy for me
I know, I
for
get it. I
practice.
get it.
And if there is any doubt, and then I can go back to the recording, and
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'll be through before tomorrow's class.
Okay, I'll ask them to do it today.
Yeah, and I'll be working with my DBAs
Yeah, yeah,
to
yeah.
sort out.
Make sure you get that done by tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah,
If by any chance or for any reason it's not done, we'll do it again tomorrow. I'll tell you how to establish a connection, a new connection,
sure.
and then I'll send you a script where you can just run so that all the tables that I would be working on would be created in your database as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's actually good, I think.
Yeah, so I have
So I
the
can
script.
put
Actually,
that.
that is what I thought. That is how I planned it. I thought I'll ask you
Uh,
to create a new connection. I had the script ready. I thought I'll just send you
okay.
the script so that you can run it in your database, and
Yeah.
all the tables will be created for you as well, so that whatever examples I am using, you can use the same one for understanding.
Uh, so if you can send that script
Mm-hmm.
once I start out with this SQL developer issue,
Mm-hmm.
then I can go ahead and import the schema with the
Sure,
tables, whatever
sure.
you are going
No
to.
problem. No problem. I'll do that. I'll forward it to you. I'll ask Amama Payal to mail it to you.
And do we have any material kind for this PLSQL? If you can
Yeah, yeah,
share
yeah,
it to me.
yeah, yeah. I have slides. I can send it to
Okay.
you.
Okay. Fine. Am I remembering your name correctly?
No, it's
It's
Neelam. You
Neelam.
have been pronouncing Neelima all the while.
Okay, Neelam, Neelam, right?
Yeah, Neelam.
Okay, I'll make a note. I'll forget.
That's okay. That's okay. Doesn't matter. It's fine.
Okay. And
Okay.
can we have a brief introduction? I mean, can I know about you?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. So, I have
Doing this in the beginning.
a what?
No, I thought of this in the beginning. I
Uh-huh.
want since you started this session, I didn't want to do this topic.
Okay, okay. Not problem, not problem. So, I have been working with Oracle PLSQL for about 5 years now.
Okay.
I work somewhere. I do this as a freelancing sort of thing. I teach.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
that is my work experience. What else
Okay.
do you want to know about me?
No, nothing. The general details, if whatever you wanted to share. If that is that, then I'm good. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, usually people are more interested about the number of years of experience or how long I have been teaching. So I've been teaching for around 3 years now.
That's actually important for the
I get it,
learners.
definitely, definitely. You're spending money, you're coming here and learning from me, so you should obviously know about me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have
And that
my industry experience is around 5 years, 5 plus, and I have been teaching for the
both it.
last 3 years
Okay.
as a
Okay.
freelancer.
Both.
I'm still working in my company. As a freelancer, I
Okay.
teach.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you so much.
Okay. See you tomorrow at 10 then.
Sure. Sure.
I'll send you all the materials and whatever you asked me to send.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. It will be great.
Okay, fine.
Thanks. Thanks for that.
Okay,
Bye.
bye.